Good evening, community. Welcome to our Board of Trustees meeting, our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees here at Central Unified. The date is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. The time is 7 p.m. Quick report out, we had Trustee Kirfan join us at 5:32 p.m. We had Trustee Sidhu join us at 5:38 p.m. On item E1, we had a motion by Trustee Sellers, a second by Trustee Kirfan. Item passed 6-0 with Trustee Sidhu missing at the time. We had on item E2, we had a motion by Trustee Sellers, a second by Trustee Chavez. Item passed 6-0 with Trustee Sidhu missing at the time. On item E2B, we had a motion by Trustee Kirk, a second by Trustee Chavez. Item passed 7-0. And with that, I'll ask Trustee Kirk to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, I'll welcome Senor Lazo to share with us our community engagement information.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. District welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700 extension 10150 by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
Thank you. We next invite up Sardar Manjinder Kaur Sekhon to share our community engagement information in Punjabi.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ. As we next move to our presentations, we'd like to invite up Vanessa from Central East High School to share with us some of our school activities presentations.
Good evening, board members. My name is Anissa Baker, and I am the ASB president at Central East High School. This semester has been very eventful, from clubs to athletics. It's been very busy. Starting with our clubs, they have been very active. We started off with Club Rush in the beginning of September, with over 40 clubs ranging from different languages and cultures to hobbies such as hiking club and Dungeons and Dragons. A new club that we just implemented was Empower Her, which It is run by the women staff, and it's to promote healthy relationships with other women. Our NAMI club just celebrated Suicide Awareness Month in September with kind notes throughout the campus. Something new we just implemented is we do rewards for good attendance and good grades. Some awards include extended break and sweet treats from the cafeteria, and students are reacting well to that incentive. We've had many different activities so far, but some of the bigger ones include our version of Back to School Night, we called it Bengal Bonanza. It included freshman orientation, performances from folk, pep and cheer, and the Hmong Dance Club. And we also had a mini club rush. The main goal was to bring the spirit on for the new year as Bengals. We obviously had our homecoming. The homecoming theme was board games. The freshmen were Clue, sophomores were Candyland, juniors were Monopoly, and the seniors were the Game of Life. It went well. People loved it. I think it was different from what we normally have, and I really liked it. We also had our Sadie's, which was called Lost Treasure at Sadie's, and it was at Blackbeard's. The turnout was great, and there weren't very many complaints. On the Central Unified account, the Instagram account, they highlighted our Bengal Roadshow. We went to all of our feeder elementary schools and had a short rally, about 30 minutes, and it gave the 4th, 5th, and 6th graders, a great taste of what's to come at Central East. The kids loved it. We loved it. Great time. And finally, as you guys know, our football team has been doing extremely well, and we are on our way to Valley Championships against Clovis High, and I hope to see you guys all there. And finally, we are looking forward to the next semester. Thank you for your time, and go Bengals.
Thank you for that report, Anissa. Next, we'd like to invite up Eminent from Central Online Homeschool. Thank you.
Sorry, Eminent couldn't make it, so I'm here today. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good evening, President Singh Chun and Superintendent Dr. Marshall, board members, and honored guests, Ashikal Jiayanu. My name is Navjot Mahil, and I'm proud to represent Central Online Homeschool tonight. I'm excited to share some of the highlights of this amazing school year so far. We started strong with an in-person orientation for all students. It was a great way to meet our teachers, review expectations, go over digital citizenship, and make sure we had all the materials we needed. We also learned how to use our Google Calendars to access Zoom invites and keep organized. This year, COHS added a math teacher to our team, which means every student in grades 6 to 12 now receives individualized math support and instructions. Teachers often go above and beyond by offering extra support sessions on Zoom during longer school breaks. Many academic advisors host workshops for students to catch up on work, ask questions, and strengthen their skills. These sessions are open to everyone, creating an inclusive space for students to go at their own pace. Our program is growing. We have more dual enrollment students than ever before, earning both high school and college credit at the same time. This lets us students build stronger academic habits and reduce the cost and time needed to complete courses. Beyond academics, Central Online Homeschool offers a lot of ways to get involved through our college clubs, including photography, pickleball, croquet, crochet, art, reading and craft book club, and coming soon, digital design, broadcasting, and cooking. Some of our favorite events this year include Senior Sunrise, which was actually the largest attendance of seniors in COHS history. We also had a pumpkin carving contest. We also had field trips to Fresno City, Fresno West Center, UC Merced, and CSU Sacramento, and the Fish Hatchery, our community service project placing flags for Veterans Day, and continuing our career speaker series, which has hosted Mrs. Margot Kim from ABC 30 yesterday morning to educate us students about careers in journalism. Central Online's essential part is to build a positive and motivating learning environment. When teachers, staff, or program take the time to acknowledge students' hard work and accomplishments, It really adds to the growth, whether academic, personal, or behavioral. It helps boost confidence and encourages continued effort. Recognition comes in many forms, such as shout-outs in class, certificates, small celebrations, or even simple verbal phrases. These moments show students that their dedication is seen and valued every single day. Despite everything, if I go into something a little bit more personal, I was managing in my mental and physical health, or my intense dance schedule as a student coach at Central Valley Bhangra. My teachers consistently showed up for me in ways that went far beyond the classroom. They adjusted deadlines, offered extra Zoom support, and made sure I had the materials, resources, and the time I needed to heal without falling behind. It might sound cliche, but my teachers were not just educators with degrees. They stepped into real human roles that are rarely acknowledged or appreciated. Their patience, cooperation, and understanding built a support system I didn't even know I needed. I'm here today, still standing, still growing, and still succeeding, graduating a year early because my teachers showed compassion over convenience. They believed in me when I was struggling to believe in myself, and that is why COHS is more than just an online school. It is a community, a family, where all students learn, connect, and rise together. May Vaheguru Ji, our God and source of strength, keep his hand of happiness and blessings over us all, so we continue moving forward in Chardi Kala, which means staying strong, positive, and lifted no matter what. Thank you for letting me represent and share our story tonight. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Thank you for that, Navjot. Next, I'll have Assistant Superintendent McClendon share with us some of our student recognitions.
So I'd like to introduce you tonight our area administrator, Jeff Garrett, who will also be bringing up Lori Gambero and talking about our fantastic Future Farmers of America program.
All right. Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Tonight it is my honor to recognize these outstanding Fresno Central FFA students who earned high levels of achievement this past October at the Fresno Fair. Their accomplishments reflect remarkable work ethic, dedication, and perseverance, qualities that often require months, if not years, of effort to develop and to demonstrate. Their projects represent success in the categories of floral, goat, sheep, swine, and cattle. These students embody the very best of Central High School, representing a steadfast commitment to excellence and the drive to succeed in everything they pursue. I'd also like to thank their families for the continuous support, helping raise these animals, get them to the farm, do what is needed to get them to this level. And I'd also like to thank our Ag Department staff, Chris Williams, June Betancourt, Jessica Fahey, Yesenia Ramirez, and Mitch Parham, some of who are in attendance this evening. So I'm going to call the students. They're going to come on up. We'll recognize them with their certificate, and then they're going to come around and shake each of your hand. Thank you for this opportunity tonight to recognize them. Addison Aliz, Reserve Grand Champion Goat, Champion Middleweight Market Doe, also Goat. Zayla Clugston, Showmanship, First Place, Swine. Alex Garza, Reserve Grand Champion, All Other Breeds, Swine. Zoe Hata, Sunnyside Garden Society Award Table Arrangement, Floral. Ella Hall, Reserve Grand Champion, Lightweight Market Weather, Goat. Ricky Jimenez, Reserve Champion, Middleweight Market, Goat. Jack Klein, Reserve Champion FFA for Swine and Champion Light Cross Swine. Devane Luna, Champion All Other Breeds Swine. I don't believe Avery Mariano is with us this evening, but I'd also like to acknowledge that that student was recognized with Best in Show Table Arrangement Floral. Katie Melkonian, FFA Reserve Champion Beef Cattle, Champion All Other Colors Beef Cattle, Champion of Excellence Beef, and Showmanship First Place Cattle. Ariana Mendoza, Reserve Champion, Berkshire, Swine. Caden Plan, Champion, Lightweight, Market Weather, Goat. Gragnani Family Scholarship, Children's Choice Table Arrangement, Floral. And Audrey Weiner, Reserve Champion, AOB, Sheep. And lots of other accomplishments for all of our FFA members. You can see we took home a lot of the top recognitions as well with this group here tonight. If we can give them one more round of applause. Thank you.
Can we? Our next recognition will be by Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. In recognition of resolution declaring December 2nd as National Special Education Day, we would like to provide you with a short presentation showcasing the great work happening in our district to provide exciting outside of academics opportunities for our students in our special education programs. And I have our director, Lori Henkel, to provide that presentation to you.
Good evening, Board President Singh, trustees, and Dr. Marshall. I think there's supposed to be a bit of a presentation up there, right? Still not loud enough? There it is, Special Olympics. So I have the pleasure of highlighting some of the amazing work that our adaptive PE teachers do, and how they are able to go out in the community and really bring the students together with students on campuses and across the valley for all kinds of Special Olympic events. So to highlight some of the things that they do, their work impacts over 4,000 students in the district. We're extremely fortunate that we were able to add a third teacher this year to really help move the work. They support students all across the district with their PE minutes for special education, as well as put these events on where the students are allowed to come and really enjoy time with each other. Other districts also participate, and they do these events very, very regularly, as you'll see in just a second. So this is great work that they do for our district. Some of the highlights are up there. I won't go through and read them all. Here's some fun pictures of some of the events across the district. couple weeks ago, we had the event at Rio Vista with soccer, which was amazing. The weather was beautiful, and the kids were out there. I think most of these pictures might be from there as well. It allows the students to participate with other students and really highlights inclusive practices. And then finally, the presentation shows a list of all of the upcoming events for this school year. There's quite a few of them, as you can see. We welcome anybody to come and enjoy. We did see Trustee Kirk at one of the last events, so thank you very much for attending. And we hope to see the rest of you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hinkle. We next move from our student recognition to our employee recognition, and I'll yield the floor to Dr. Childs, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Yes, good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Marshall. We would like to recognize our newly appointed Director of Fiscal Services who's in the building tonight, and that is Ms. Patricia McCurley. And we are going to, absolutely. She has been serving as our principal at El Capitan Middle School, where she has seen student growth and achievement. This is her 22nd year in Central Unified School District, and she recently completed her certification at USC in School Business Management. So we are definitely happy to have her on board. At this time, we will invite her to have words and then shake hands with the board.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Marshall. I am honored to accept the position of Director of Fiscal Services for Central Unified. Central Unified has shaped the past 22 years of my professional journey, and I'm grateful for the trust placed in me to support our district in this new capacity. I am looking forward to continuing my professional growth as a director and providing fiscal services from the educational leadership lens. Fiscal stewardship is about more than numbers. It's about ensuring that every dollar serves our students, our schools, and our community with integrity and purpose. Thank you again for this opportunity. I'm excited to serve and continue supporting the students in Central Unified. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. We'd next like to invite up our Foundation for Central Schools Executive Director Serena Dohe. And Board President Joe Doyland.
Good evening. Thank you, Board President Singh. Good evening, Dr. Marshall and trustees. First, we'd like to say thanks to everyone, and including our trustees and staff, for their support for the annual State of the District. It means a lot to see such a strong support from our community, and the feedback we received was wonderful. We also understand that breakfasts are not always easy, and this was our first year. So again, big thank you, and we will look into next year of moving it back to an evening event. We'd also like to give a huge shout out to this year's Pillar Champions once more: Jane Isaac, Academics; Kevin Tinkle for Arts; Brian Villarreal for Athletics; Terry Downs for Ag; Rhonda Rafidi for Wellbeing; and April Henry for Community. Because of your generosity, we're able to fund classroom grants and keep the Warm for Winter initiative going strong, which makes a real difference for our students. As a foundation, we're hitting our stride, growing our team, and building momentum, and setting the stage for an exciting year ahead. We'd also like to give our sincere gratitude to the partners who showed up this month to help make sure that our school pantries were stocked so that every student in Central Unified could find food when needed. From all of us, thank you for being part of this work and for caring so deeply about our schools. Our next big event is a tradition that started in 1987 by the Central Unified Board of Trustees. The annual Holiday Joy Food Drive and Distribution officially kicks off on December 1st. More information about the drive and distribution will be shared via Parent Square and to students and families. We encourage everyone to check in with their own school site, and each school is deciding what they're collecting this year, so we're being a little bit more strategic with that approach. And we invite all of our trustees to join us on December 20th this year. I believe last year many of you joined us, so we look forward to having you there. As we complete the first point of the school year, we just want to highlight a few programs that we are currently working towards and have actually put into place. At class, we now have the Nursing Assistant Training Program tuition scholarship available, and that's thanks to our Kaiser Permanente Benefits Program grants. Students interested in applying for the program can speak to the school directly about this opportunity. The annual foundation scholarship application will be open January 16th with over $50,000 in scholarships to be awarded. You can visit our website, centralfoundation.org, to learn more about each specific program and its qualifications. Community members interested in donating towards our scholarship program or creating their own endowment can also find more information about the process online also now. Additionally, thanks to our donors and partners, Granville Homes and Assistance League of Fresno, we have been able to provide 2,000 units of winter wear to Central Unified School District students through our annual Warm for Winter program, and this was our 21st year. Additionally, the Assistance League of Fresno, Operation School Bell, has partnered with us to provide a $100 school clothes shopping event. So far, 310 students have benefited from this program, both programs specifically helping those in most needs across the entire district. We also announced the 25-26 classroom and club grant recipients, a total of 17 awards ranging from $1,000 to $2,000, from theater to support to wellness to history and books in different languages. Congratulations to our recipients this year. We will be posting about each project throughout the year on our social media, so please stay tuned for those updates. Again, thank you all for your continued support, and we hope to see you all at Holiday Joy on December 20th at 9 a.m. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Next, we turn to our Employee Association highlights. CUTA President Laura Bolton shared that she was feeling a bit under the weather today, so we wish her a speedy recovery. And with that is Angie Aguirre from CSEA here. Doesn't appear so. So then we'll turn to our school reports for this evening. We'd like to invite up Biola Pershing Elementary School Principal Shalon Shepard.
Everything's calm until your name is called. Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Marshall, Board President Singh Chan, and the members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to share with you the exciting things that are happening at Biola Pershing Elementary. Our theme this year is Saddle Up for Success. Not sure if the presentation is coming up. There we go. And our students and staff have enjoyed participating in various theme-based activities around that theme. But our theme is more than just fun activities and connection. It truly embraces where we are as a school. Biola is experiencing a lot of successes, and I'm excited to share them with you tonight. As you can see from the data, Biola continues to make academic growth in both language arts and math. With our CASP results from this last spring, we have a 45% proficiency rate in ELA, a 37% proficiency rate in math. We are looking towards increasing our DOK levels, our depth of knowledge. We're focusing on vocabulary. For math, again, that focus on word problems and small group instruction. iReady, we've also have a 40% proficiency in ELA and math, 45%. Attendance is one area that we're very proud of. This last year, we achieved a chronically absent rate of 7.97%. I did not round up to 8. I wanted to own that 0.03% and be under. But we've been working really hard to make sure that our kids are at school every day and targeting our families of our chronically absent students to ensure that we're providing for their needs. For our English learners, we did have remain a status of high on our LP. That's our 1-year growth for language proficiency for each EL student. 59% of our population is achieving that 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. And then, of course, reclassifications, we are at an 11.3% reclassification rate. One of the other things that we're really proud of at Biola is taking a look at that panorama survey data. This really goes to the culture of what's happening at our school site. You will notice that we have lots of positive areas, but under our teacher efficacy, this last year, 83% of my staff felt that they are having a positive effect in their teaching practice. That's up 39% from the previous year. And so taking the time to work on our staff, their abilities, making sure they know that they're doing a good job has been a great impact. We also had a great increase in staff leadership relationships. And of course, family engagement's always very high at Biola. Excuse me. But that's great. That's a snapshot for 1 year. But what's even more exciting for us, if you look over at the progress on the right-hand side, Biola is really making great strides in closing our achievement gap. From the 22-23 school year until the 24-25 school year, we have increased 12 points, or 12 percentage points in our number of kids proficient in ELA. And with math, we've grown 13. And so that's statistically very significant in just a short period of time. We are now above where our statistics were prior to COVID. And so that's really exciting for us. Even more importantly, we are closing the gap from the bottom end. When we get our dashboard data, it tells us how many points we are away from standard. And for ELA this last year, we closed that gap by 13 points. That was almost 50% from where we were. So we're making great strides there. And of course, very proud to say that we are an award-winning school. We are achieving the platinum level status for our PBIS program, as well as we were noticed as America's Healthiest Schools in 2 categories this year, one being our student health services and then our student wellness programs. So we're very excited about that. But with that, we're not done. We've had a lot of tongue twister, a lot of positive progress, but it's still not enough. And what I feel is very important is not just to look at the snapshot of where we are now or where we were at, but the why. We have every piece of the puzzle that seems to be in place. We have a positive school culture. I have an amazing, hardworking staff, both my classified and certificated, well-educated, well-trained, and we are still trying to dive into why are we not making more progress? Because even if we're 45% proficient, that's still 55% of our students that are not. And so one of the things that we've taken a strong look at is instructional time. We recognize that this is an area that some pieces of it we have control over, some we don't. So the question we've been asking ourselves is what takes away from instructional time? Because if we're not teaching, kids are not learning. And it's very clear that we do have some areas, athletics, especially taking into the academic day on a regular basis. It's just a fact that takes away. But what we have control over are things like transitions. How are we transitioning in the classroom from one activity to another? What are our pull-out services looking like? Are the academic activities we're doing, are they low rigor or the high rigor? So we're digging into that. And how we're addressing it this year, intentionality. When I'm walking in classrooms, we are talking about what the rigor is. I'm feeding that information back to teachers. And so that way we can continue to build those practices. What's new for us at Biola this year is we actually developed a protected instructional block for language arts. Every grade level has a 1-hour protected time where we do not allow any pull-out. And all of our pull-out services have had to schedule around those protected blocks. It's been a challenge, but if kids are being pulled from instruction, they're not learning. And then, of course, other things, solution tree. We're working on our guaranteed viable curriculum, which is what are the essential of the essential standards. If you're familiar with research, Marzano says that if we wanted kids to master every standard that we have in California, it would take till grade 22 for them to do that. So we have to look at our standards and make sure we are teaching the most essential of the essential. And that's the work we're working on right now through our PLCs. Another challenge is Tier 3 student behavior. Those are our extreme student behaviors. These years have passed. Kids are coming in with more needs. And so it takes time away from class. It's disruptive, takes a lot of resources. But what we're trying to do to address that, we've really focused at Biola on our MTSS program, our Tier 1, 2, and 3. What are we doing in our classroom for all kids? Life School is a software product we use to track positive points as well as demerits or negative points. We also use it to track our Tier 1 interventions. So every time a child gets a demerit, teachers also input a strategy that they're doing to help support that child, and that data comes through in our PBIS discussions and in our BATE meetings. We have our Thinkery, which is essential to have a space for kids to go to regulate. And then, of course, we are working on restorative practices. You'll see there the book from Circles. Have many staff members that have been going through the training on restorative circles, and that's something we're building on at Biola. And finally, a spotlight. We are officially a community school. We are working in our community school world now. It's adding another layer of things to try to navigate, but at the same time, we are really able to reach out to our community and our family and to connect with partners. So by the end of November, we will have had right about 21 events that have connected parents to school since the start of the school year, which is why if you see the bags under the eyes and we're tired, we're working really hard, but our parents are coming, they're connecting. Community partnerships with Act to Grow and Toys for Tots. We do have a food pantry coming thanks to the foundation to help support our community. The other thing that I've tried to work a lot this year on is not only looking at our students and taking care of them, but taking care of our adults. And so one Wednesday a month during our staff meeting, we have Staff Wellness Wednesday. You'll see an example of a rock at the top. We did rock painting during one of those sessions and just talked about how that ties into wellness, taking time for yourself. We now have a staff calming corner in one of our office rooms where we had a generous donor bring in a little bit of furniture and a coffee pot, and just if people need a space to breathe away from kids, we have that as well. And you'll see a little picture of a book on the right-hand side, and it's actually a real book. It says, "If you don't feed the teachers, they eat the students." And so we're really trying to make sure, as we talk about the whole child, we're talking about the whole school system as well and caring for everyone's needs. And then, of course, our wellness center. And with that wellness center, we have a Tier 2 wellness coach that's going to be teaching some small group skill instruction. We'll have resource fairs through them. And we do have a significant number of increased walk-in requests happening. So the wellness center is becoming much more active and busy, and we're providing for that mental health for our students. Very exciting. Today, we had our first turkey giveaway. And that was through my family liaison and my community school support staff reaching out to other entities. So this afternoon, we distributed 100 turkeys to our community. They were fully distributed in 13 minutes. And unfortunately, we did have to turn some families away. So we're going to be reaching out to try to find some more resources to help support them. But this is kind of our exciting life at Biola. It's truly a blessing to be a member of that community. It's my 7th year at that site, and I'm excited to see where we still get to go.
Question or comments from the board? Trustee Kirk?
Thank you so much. I remember coming to your wellness center opening, and it's just incredible. You have done 20 events since August. That's just 16 weeks. In case no one was counting, that's just 16 weeks until now. So that is incredible. I know that community is incredibly tight-knit. And so being there and being a space that almost at least once a week, it looks like our families are coming together there. And as incredible and awesome as our kids are in this district, this space that you provide for teachers who are humans and sometimes need a little coffee break or a quiet place to sit so that we can continue to love on the kids, I think that is amazing. So thank you for that, what you're doing, and it's showing.
Thank you.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. I'm not sure why you were nervous. That was a great presentation. It's all positive. I definitely believe that Biola Elementary has all the right ingredients for success, including very clearly a positive mentality that's very student-focused. Props to you and all your team at Biola. I also appreciate that, because I like to ask our principals, well, how did you achieve this success? You already listed, all the different things that are why ELA had success, including the reading intervention and phonemic awareness, phonics curriculum. Can you talk a bit more about how the reading intervention has helped these scores? Because I noticed one of the challenges was the pullouts, but this is, positive pullout, right?
It is, and a couple of things have happened. One, having that protected block this year to make sure that the pullouts are not happening during the core academic instruction for ELA has been a huge game changer to make sure we're not supporting our kids' needs, but not also teaching them the standards. So that it's been a little bit of a fun experiment to say and to schedule that. I don't know how high schools do master schedule. I mean, a little elementary of 200 plus kids was hard enough. But that's been really important. We do a lot of assessment. We have kids that have clear criteria why they enter a reading lab. We don't leave them there forever. They meet the criteria. They transition back into support in the classroom. We also have a partnership with Reading Corps, which is through AmeriCorps. So we actually have some one-on-one tutoring that's happening that is guided by my reading intervention teacher with a very scripted program as well. And they then, in turn, have to follow that same pull-out schedule so that we're not intervening in what's happening during the class.
Well, hats off to the intervention coach as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Principal Shepard, you all are doing, like I said, amazing things in Biola. You've showed the progress and double digits on both. That's kudos to you and your team. But what I really appreciate about you and your team is you all saying where we need to go, and you are vulnerable and brave enough to face that with courage and really kind of share with our community where what achievement could look like. So really thank you and to your entire team at Biola.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to invite Principal Parker from Steinbeck Elementary School.
There we go. Good evening, President Singh, esteemed trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. I'd like to preface my presentation by sharing that Steinbeck is only one of 2 AVID elementary schools in our district. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. And what that means is that our teachers are very intentional about teaching strategies to support students for college and career. These strategies include writing or note-taking, specifically Cornell note-taking, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. Additionally, Steinbeck has achieved 3 consecutive years of PBIS, Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports Platinum recognition, demonstrating our staff's continued commitment to intentionally teaching FINS behaviors. We are sharks, focused, independent, nice, and safe. By reinforcing these expectations school-wide, we ensure that our students learn in a safe, productive, and mutually respectful learning environment. There we go. For our celebrations over the last 4 years, our students have demonstrated progress and improvement in both ELA and math data. This positive trend did not happen by chance. It is a direct reflection of the dedication and hard work of our teachers. Every day, our teachers work with intentionality, delivering grade-level instruction supported by research-based strategies that ensure all students have access to grade-level rigor. And while we recognize and celebrate our growth, we also acknowledge that this is not where we want to be yet. That's not where we need to go. We're going in a positive direction, but we're not there yet. But what is most encouraging is the mindset of our staff. Our teachers are deeply committed to collaborating in professional learning communities, analyzing data, and using that information to guide our next steps in instruction. This ongoing cycle of reflection and refinement is what drives our continuous improvement, and I'm incredibly proud of their efforts. The California dashboard indicates that 50% of our English learners are making progress in English proficiency, and that too is attributed to the rigorous instruction and the scaffolds that are embedded in our instruction to meet the needs of our various leveled learners. We have a robust reading lab that provides literacy intervention during the school day. We too partner with our AmeriCorps tutors. We have a database tutorial after school focused on literacy. We partner with our Shark Island after-school program where our tutors are also doing book buddies, literature circles, even sight words with our youngest Shark students. Our teachers are focusing on writing this school year by writing daily instruction to help students become more confident and capable communicators. We're writing across all content areas to strengthen student stamina, vocabulary, and grammar. Our challenges: student attendance. Our goal is 95% or higher to help students stay on track with academic success. The reality is that students must be present to learn. When students miss school, they miss the opportunity to be motivated, to make connections, and of course for instruction. To address this, we offer individual, class, and grade level incentives to motivate students to come to school every day. From recognition and rewards to fun competitions, our goal is to make school a place where students want to be and not just where they have to be. Beyond academics and attendance, we remain committed to supporting the whole child. There is a graph, a triangle on the left of the screen. At Steinbeck, we implement a comprehensive, multi-tiered system of supports to ensure that every student from TK through grade 6, that's 645 students, receive what they need in order to be successful. In reality, as my colleague Ms. Shepard shared, the students we are teaching today are much different than the students that were in our classrooms 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. Therefore, we have implemented Tier 1 practices for all of our students that foster a welcoming and safe place to help our students feel seen, respected, and valued. Every student is greeted at the classroom door by their teacher every morning. We have collaboratively developed respect agreements in every classroom developed by the students. We have calming corners in every classroom where students can self-regulate. It's not a punishment, it's just an opportunity. And we have morning meetings to help set the tone for the day. The second tier, 14%, that is 90 students at Steinbeck receive Tier 2 support, which includes daily check-ins with a trusted adult on campus at the start and end of each day. Some students also participate in social skills development sessions led by our amazing behavior intervention counselor, Mr. Blanco, and his intern, Ms. Jessica. Some students benefit from using zones of regulation in our thinkery to better identify their feelings and develop strategies to help calm and regulate their emotions. When we give children strategies instead of consequences, we teach children skills instead of fears. And yet at the top of our tier, 5%, approximately 30 more students receive additional counseling services that Steinbeck is so grateful to have 5 days a week for our students. These practices all help to create a learning environment where students feel valued, connected, and ready to learn. We also know that belonging is a powerful protective factor for children, so we've expanded opportunities for students to participate in clubs and leadership activities. In addition to student council this year, we have added AVID Club, Kindness Ambassadors, and robotics. We're also excited to announce that we'll be soon bringing back our peer mediators. Peer mediators are trained to support conflict resolution and positive communication during recess or unstructured times, helping students develop their social skills while fostering a safe and peaceful campus culture. And our spotlight. Just like we focus on relationships with our students, we equally are intentional about building relationships with our families. We believe that parents are our most important partners. And when trust is strong between home and school, then students benefit in every way. In partnership with our parent-teacher club, we've scheduled community events for every month of the school year. These gatherings, whether they're cookies with Santa or trunk or treat or game night, they allow us to build rapport with our families, strengthen communication, and create shared experiences that help families feel welcomed and engaged. The images that you see on the screen are of last year's Operation Gobble. In partnership with Councilwoman Annalisa Perea's office, we were able to distribute 1,000 turkeys to families in our community. This is a huge increase from our first year of only 250 turkeys. This year, our projected goal is over 1,500 turkeys. We are grateful for the support of our community partners that have contributed food items. We have Central Valley Foods, producers, Coca-Cola. We work with our staff. We work with Central East staff, our partners just down the street, our family outreach liaison, our community school site lead, and of course, the Office of Annalisa Perea. This Saturday, or this Friday, we'll be working to box all of our food items. We'll be there clear until probably close to midnight, getting everything ready. And when families feel connected, they're better able to support their children's education. So we're very, very grateful for the continued partnership. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kirk?
Just real quick, did you all have an event today?
What is today? We have an event. I feel like we have events every day. There's so much excitement that goes on in this campus. We do have days where Central East students come over and they partner with our students. I'm not exactly sure.
I saw, while I was devouring a hamburger at Carl's Jr. before this meeting, I saw one of your sharks in her gear.
Her Avid t-shirt?
Sharks.
Okay.
And so just wonderful to see them out wearing their gear or supporting their, I always love when I see our students out wearing their school stuff, showing their spirit.
We've been very fortunate to provide every single one of our students with an Avid t-shirt. We have Make Mondays Matter with our SEL, social emotional component. We have Avid Tuesdays, College Wear Wednesdays, Kindness Thursday, and then our Spirit Wear Fridays. We are very fortunate to provide every single student with an Avid t-shirt. And Steinbeck has a lot of students that come and go. So the first Friday of every month, our Thinkery teacher, Ms. Castillo, provides an onboarding session during our regular Fun Friday where our new students come on and they learn the Finn's way of being focused independent. They learn how we roll, what our expectations are, and they're provided our Steinbeck Shark merch so that they feel part of our family. They feel part of, this is how we roll, this is who we are, and this is what we do. So thank you for sharing that.
Trustee Sidhu?
I mean, just real quick, I'm just really happy that, Avid is still doing good. I still take Cornell notes whenever I need to take Cornell notes.
Wonderful.
So I took Avid 9th to 12th grade, so I have a personal connection with Avid, and I really love that program. So great on the kids, and great on you guys.
Thank you.
Trustee Kerfan?
Like Trustee Sidhu, I'm also an alumni of AVID. It's a great program, and I'm really happy to see that we're spreading that also into the elementary schools with Steinbeck Elementary. So hope to see the students' Cornell notes sometime soon.
Absolutely. They're displayed in every classroom.
And Principal Kirk, I just want to say thank you for illustrating just the consecutive growth that we've seen in both our ELEC scores as well as our math scores, and kudos to your new team, and hopefully we just continue to make that progress. Thank you to you and Steinbeck's, the entire team. Thank you to our two principals for joining us this evening. We next turn to our Superintendent Board Communications, and first up will be Superintendent Dr. Mark Marshall.
Okay, you should have received a copy of my entry plan report. I'll be referencing that. All right, and I'm not going to read page by page, but we'll go over the highlights. So from an introduction standpoint, this basically report details my findings from July 1st to October 31st of this school year. The next page lists the goals of the entry plan as far as transition, listening and learning, hearing from our partners, a working relationship with the Board of Education, and then that data review. And then hopefully at the end of the process, complete an instructional improvement framework, and then have a vision moving forward. I won't read those in detail, but that kind of lists the goals of an entry plan when superintendents come into a new district. The outcomes. The most important outcome I'm going to discuss tonight is this is a report on my observations, the findings, and the recommendation for the future. And you'll see on each slide I'll have things just highlighted in yellow. It's just the points that I'm going to touch on. The next page is just your preface statement, talks about the district, its attributes, a lot of awards and recognition. You have multiple California distinguished schools, a lot of schools among the best in California, and we recently had a National Blue Ribbon School. We talk about the budget and then community partnerships. Now the structure, as I talked about previously, there's a data analysis and document perusal, communication with the media, that working relationship with the Board of Trustees, the meetings, interviews, meet and greets, site visits, student activities. And then there's always the piece of utilizing outside expertise to analyze our gaps. Next. The next page gives a list of all the different individuals that I met with during my time here. List those people. So now I'll give some reports. Okay, as far as the Board of Trustees, I presented when I arrived. I presented the plan to the board for feedback. I've conducted individual meetings with the Board of Trustees, and we even had a retreat at the onset. So here are the impressions. Our board, they place the well-being of students as the first priority as far as student achievement, and they want to see every student successful. That's one thing that stands out with the board. And the board is eager to further the district's success. I mean, we're not satisfied where we are. We want to get to that next level. Recommendations, I'm not going to read them all, but the two that I feel are most important: continue to make decisions based on established district goals and priorities. The second, you have a great process as far as that subcommittee that looks at the policies. A lot of districts have issues with that as far as being able to do that on a regular basis. You have that mechanism in place, so I say continue that. Now I'm going to get into the data analysis, document review, and then the organizational review. So I looked at all the departments: child nutrition, ed services, human resources, facilities, maintenance, and operations. The next page lists some of the activities. One thing, these are just normal things that a good superintendent would do, but one thing that's like, this work is not in isolation. You have to work with your neighboring districts. So one thing that I did do is partner with a lot of people in the Fresno County area. So I want to highlight that. But in terms of looking at the budget, having meetings, looking at our dashboard, looking at all those attributes, I've done all that. Next. Here are some observations about the district. Now again, there are a lot, but I'm just going to highlight the ones in yellow that really stand out to me. Our program for English learner students is strong, based on some of the data we heard tonight. You look at our community, it's very engaged. It's one thing that's interesting. If I live here, so what happens on a Saturday morning, it's very rare you go past by schools on Saturday and see them very vibrant, every school site. So that's one thing that we have going for us. Special education, nationally, it's a challenge. There are facility needs that need to be addressed. We have some great arts and athletic programs. As we learned tonight, our Ag and FFA program is a district strength. One concern that came out is that the constant turnover in key leadership, that's an area of concern. A lot of people in the public. Next. So here are the recommendations. One, there's a need for a long-range plan to kind of guide the district for the next 5 to 6 years. That's imperative. The organizational chart needs to be revised to better meet the needs of students. There need to be some tweaks to the current organizational structure. Don't be satisfied where you are. Build upon the success of your DLAC and ELAC. Next piece that's very important. Nearly 85% of our budget is spent on people. In light of the fact that our enrollment is flat, and we're not in declining enrollment, but we're not like some of our neighbors that are growing at 200 or 300 students a year. So we have to be very, as far as our staffing ratios, that's critical when you're in flat enrollment. Another item, differentiated assistance. There are certain areas where the state will say you have to make improvements. So to have some strategies to kind of address those areas. Next one deals with meeting the needs of all students. So we need to add, coursework that increases the rigor, and then more post-secondary options for students, like AVID, like we talked about, JROTC, community college partnerships, and dual immersion. I think a lot of our kids would benefit from that. Since our enrollment is flat, look at your ways for increasing revenues at the local level. That's why your ADA becomes so important. Looking at your alternative income forms, make sure you get all those forms back. And then being very aggressive as far as going out looking for external resources. Next, develop a master facilities plan for new schools and then supporting existing school sites. That's very important because if you look at the city of Fresno as a whole, this is the only area that really you can grow. So at some point you will see that growth come. We'll be ready when it happens. We have the building to do so. You don't wait till it happens. You have a plan now. That's important. Human resources, basically, they've already started the work, but enhance the policies for providing leadership development, updating practices, and then look at succession planning. That's real big. As far as looking at state initiatives, ethnic studies, other improvements by the state, make sure that we look at how we implement those. A master plan for our VAPA department. We have a great performing arts program, but kind of a master plan. And then augmenting our GATE program and looking at our policies for acceleration. That's key. I also looked at as far as community engagement and district communications. One thing I think is very important is to reside in the district boundaries. So I live here, so I get to be here firsthand. Try to reach out to as many partners as possible to hear what are the views on our district. I try to do as many events as possible in the city of Fresno as a whole. I know that's one thing that's real big. And some things that I've learned is that the community is very welcoming. And then we're also increasing our efforts to reach partners. Recommendations, the district and the sites, aligning our communication practices. Branding, that's very important. A lot of the districts have branding mechanisms. And then one thing I should do personally is to establish an advisory council. That's another mechanism to get feedback from students and from staff members and administrators. The media relations, basically, you like it or not, the media is there. You may have to basically partner with them. So, I did introductions. And if you're, basically have a very candid relationship with them, they will highlight the good stuff, but they'll be transparent. They'll share what needs to be shared because that's the job. So basically, one thing I see that in Central, there's a very active social media presence. A couple of groups. I'm a member of both of them. So just be part of that. And so there are a lot of untapped opportunities as it relates to telling our story. Recommendation, as far as bringing something back from the past, a regular newsletter that highlights our district successes. That'll come in handy when they start building more houses and you go into the realtor's office to hear, okay, what about, because when people look at buying real estate, one thing they look at, what are the schools like? And you have to tell your story there. Technical expertise. Like most districts in the nation, we do partner with a lot of outside individuals. But from my first surface look, there's really not a defined system to gauge how effective the work is. So some recommendations, just a regular communication with consultants needs to occur just to monitor that progress so we know how these partnerships are going. One thing that Julia has started was the returning on investment review on a lot of our academic programs that we have, or consultants we have. All right. Next pages deal with what's next. So the next steps we need to identify, establish a long-range plan for the next 5 to 6 years. That's important. And it needs to cover a lot of items. The district's mission, the vision, what do we value, and then there needs to be some targets as far as academic, social and emotional supports, communication, staff development, facilities, communication, and fiscal stability. That's important. And then finally, you can take all of that. What I like about this document is that you can go back when you guys do my evaluation and to see if I did X, Y, and Z in terms of things that we say we would do. It's in writing, so it's pretty easy to follow. The last document I just want to talk about, if you like, this is the academic stuff that we've been working on. These are the academic blueprint 4.0. These are targets. That's what I'm talking about. You have goals from 2025 to 2030. Very ambitious goals. So basically, you have a plan that basically that incorporates a lot of this, but also looks at the other items that I talked about. The last document is just something that I proposed, and this, now I'll bring this back. This is one change that I think needs to happen with the organizational chart that immediately needs to change. I'm proposing moving special education to educational services, because the whole like student support process, SST, and that's regular ed. Right now it's married, so those need to be separate. Special ed needs to fall under ed services, and then the supports go on the other end. So basically, I'm going to be bringing this back as far as a revised organizational chart. I didn't want to read the entire document, but this is my findings since I've started. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Next, I'll invite Trustee Kerfon to share an update about the Finance, Facilities, and Safety Subcommittee.
Thank you. So last week we had our subcommittee about the three very important subjects: finance, facilities, and safety. Safety, we discussed some of our recent incidents that happened in our district, and also just going over plans on how to further address things, making sure that all of our protocols are followed safely, and that we can make our students safer. Talked about issue of vaping on campus and strategies to reduce that. With regards to finance, we talked about our fiscal state of the district, and all of our. We spent a lot of time talking about deferred maintenance as well. We have a small amount that we found the board last year allocated for deferred maintenance, which the board had not done before, but we have a lot of issues that need to be addressed throughout the district, and our team is identifying priorities and the lifespan of certain facilities such as roofs, carpets, etc. And then with our facilities as well, that kind of bled into that. We talked about the state of our water quality at some of our rural schools, as well as our PA systems and our other facilities at our other sites. Anything else my team would like to add? No? Yeah, no, it was a long meeting, but thank you to the staff for putting that all together, and we will reconvene that probably in the new year, because it meets quarterly.
Thank you. Next, we invite our student trustee to share a report.
So, to start off on a highlight, me and fellow trustee Jesus Felix were able to attend the Fresno County Superintendent's Youth Board Advisory Committee, which is basically a group of students from around various Fresno County school districts, where they meet, address issues pertaining to the wider Fresno County, and how those issues trickle down into individual school districts and possible solutions. Some possible solutions we came up with would be, for example, equitable funding for all school districts, community spaces for students to gather, discuss, and basically spaces where students can feel safe to learn. There's also various solutions to various problems that we talked about, and we were guest speakers, and it was a really good time to be in that space talking with those students who are very solution-oriented, who knew what was going on within their communities and were working towards solving that. But going on to some concerns that have been approached by within our district, some students at Central High, formerly Central West, reached out to me regarding lighting issues for their winter sports. They don't have enough lighting because of how time is changing. This has caused schedule changes within their scheduling for soccer and baseball, and that forces them to basically make their games start at 3, which leads to not enough student support because their school ends at 3:35, and a lack of parent support because usually parents' work ends at 5 p.m. So there's not enough lighting for those sports, and it's not a very equitable situation for those student athletes at Central High, which me and Dr. Marshall will be discussing on possible solutions to increase equity. And I was also reached out to by some seniors about valedictorian status. There's some confusion and a lack of clarity going on, and we'll be working on solving that lack of clarity.
Thank you, Student Trustee Garewal. I think that's exactly what we want to make sure that we're highlighting student voice because you're there. Thank you for bringing up the Central High issue, and then I will talk to Dr. Marshall because we absolutely need to have clarity with our valedictorians. So I'll thank you for bringing that up. I'll talk to Dr. Marshall to have that on maybe as a report for our future agenda, so that our community absolutely knows what the expectations, so they all know what it is. Next, I turn to our board trustee reports. Trustee Kirfan.
Thank you, President Singh. So I had the pleasure of attending our Veterans Day celebrations at Teague and Harvest Elementary, along with President Singh and Dr. Marshall. Appreciate the staff at Teague also giving us time before the rally to meet with the veterans in our community, hear their stories, and thank them personally for their service. I also attended Central High's presentation of 12 Angry Jurors. This was their inaugural performance after 30 years, and the students knocked it out of the park. So congratulations to the Central High Theater Department. I hear their next show in the spring is High School Musical, which I look forward to attending, but it also hurts me as a millennial because after speaking with the students, I'm shocked to learn that they do not recall watching that cable premiere of High School Musical. They had not been born yet. So I look forward to that. And then I also, last Thursday, attended JSK Elementary's cultural celebration. We had the chance to break in the new cafeteria with some spectacular dance performances from the different cultures that make up our student body. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, Trustee Kirfan, for highlighting a number of those. And in some ways, that segues me to share a little bit about some of our guests that are here this evening. Trustee Kirfan talked about sort of the veterans. And even here in the audience today, we have really sort of veterans for the secret war that actually happened in Laos. For over 5 decades, our Hmong community here, rooted in bravery and serving alongside the United States in the secret war in Laos under the influential leadership of General Vang Pao, who not only served on the battlegrounds there in Laos, but really made sure that our community could find a home here in Fresno County, one of the largest resettlements of our Hmong community anywhere in the world, and obviously here in the United States. That community has not only thrived in this community through the 18 clan leaders and structure, has actually made sure that their children have found a place to be prideful of their Hmong cultural heritage, and really just make and shape Fresno for generations to come. General Vang Pao's legacy continues through his designated successor, and we're honored to have here this evening his son and designated successor, Nang Chu Vang, who works closely with all of our families to make sure that the Hmong community's future is bright here in Fresno, just as it is for all of our communities. And so it's my esteemed pleasure to welcome here those in audience. On a personal note, I had an opportunity to participate at the encouragement of Blangzhang, a forum actually for Hmong families, really to interact with our elected members from the state level to the county level and really to the school level. And overwhelmingly, our families are most engaged and most interested in really what are the student outcomes and the opportunities for them, their children, and their families. It was really touching for me to hear their voices, find so many connections with some of my own experiences. And here in Central Unified, we're absolutely committed to make sure that our Hmong families belong, feel welcome, and can absolutely thrive here in Central Unified. So with that, I wanted to introduce some of our esteemed families that are here with us this evening. If I can invite up Jerry Vang, the head of Vang National Unity Foundation, Zhang Mua Zhang, head of the Zhang of Fresno County, Hua Chia-Yang, the head of Yang of Central California. While Dr. Vicky Zhang Lor would not be here tonight, I still want to make sure that we acknowledge the Hmong Lor of Fresno County, Chair Ku Tao, president of the Tao of Fresno County. And so if I can invite you all, and we'll just take a picture up in front, and thank you for your service to not only our central community, but really our Fresno County at large. Next, I'd like to especially welcome and recognize in the audience today Nang Chu Veng. This is General Veng Pao's son, his designated successor, as well as his wife who's joined us today, Mary Veng. If I could appreciate you all and come take a picture with our staff. We're extremely excited to have you in the audience and here with us this evening at Central Unified. And while he's probably upset with me, I'm going to actually ask Blongzhong if he could share a few words. Blongzhong has been serving this community for many, many decades, former District 1 council member. Many of the things that we see here in Central Unified Inspiration Park were definitely under his leadership at the City Council, has served at the national level with the USDA, and is always really trying to invite more engagement, more connections with all parts of our community. So thank you, Blongzhong, for joining us today.
Thank you. It's been a little bit since I've been back. Trustee Singh, I've always known you as deep and friend on the community. Didn't know you were the president. I apologize. I want to thank Uncle Ding Chu and the rest of the family leaders for giving me this opportunity to just quickly speak. And I won't be so long-winded as a former politician used to be. You know, for us as a community, education is about family, and part of our children is about our family, our parents. And so it is very critical that when we talk about education success for our students, for our kids, that the family is part of that. And the General Ning Chu has been playing a critical role of keeping that system and helping the community. And so we appreciate this opportunity to be here and being recognized for the hard work. I would tell you, the family leaders here and the rest, they volunteer. There's no money into this. They put their time every weekend. They put hours and hours just talking to families. And those the decisions that you make here, they are usually the front line. When there are parents, when there are issues with their kids, with their stuff, they come to these family leaders and talk to them about this before it even comes here. And so I just wanted you guys to understand the glimpse of the work of what these family leaders do and the hard work they do. And then the yeoman's work of Uncle Ning Chu and what he does in terms of working with all the family leaders here in Fresno County. But actually, he does this throughout the state of California, and he travels around the country. So he is an important figure for all of us. Even for me, we would not be able to do our work within our community without these folks behind us. So thank you very much for recognizing their effort and their importance in the community. And thank you for this evening.
For all the amazing work you do. I know the Hmong New Year will soon be upon us. We wish you all and our entire community, obviously, participation at the large events, but also just light, family, and oneness as we enter these holiday season. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Next, two just other quick board communication highlights. I wanted to really share with our entire community, but of course with my colleagues on the board, the fantastic work our administration has been doing. So the goal was that on our agendas, especially on the online version that can be visible to the entire community, each of our decisions that we should be making should be attached to LCAP goals, so we can actually see how this actually fits into our larger vision. Dr. Marshall and the team are working, so I heard many of you loud and clear, specifically with regards to contracts. So when contracts come before us, we know when they're ending, when they should be resetting, and hopefully building out that time so we're not making decisions just at the end when they tend to be resetting. The third thing I just wanted to highlight, and I'll work with Dr. Marshall and PIO Burrows, on this coming Sunday on 11/23. I'll be working with some community organizations that will be doing a turkey giveaway specifically aimed at our Sing Elementary, Harvest Elementary, and Tilley Elementary families. So we invite you all out and our entire community to join us as we prepare boxes, and we'll be serving the community. But I'll work with Dr. Marshall and PIO Burrows to make sure that the information goes out to the board and to our entire community if they'd like to volunteer. Thank you. And with that, we will take now comments from the public. Clerk Kirfan.
Thank you, President Singh. Our first comment is from Kamalpreet Kaur. I hope I pronounced that right, and you will have 3 minutes whenever you begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kamalpreet Kaur. I am this year's CAD Fellow. I am responsible for recruiting, interviewing, and selecting each of these wonderful interns behind me. I was not nervous until I got up here. I just wanted to highlight that, this year's class was chosen for its integrity. I saw qualities of grit, determination, and most of all, tenacity needed to complete but also succeed in this internship. I believe this year's class is exceptional. I might be biased, but I do want to highlight and bring to attention that our interns outside of CAD are also involved in honors classes, advanced placement classes. They're taking dual enrollment college courses as well. We have some students engaged in extracurriculars like NAMI Club, as well as Rotary Club, etc. We also have some athletes on the bunch, and I bring this to your attention because I want to emphasize that our interns are, every week practicing the essential skill of balancing competing priorities, and not only is that going to carry them through high school, but college and life beyond. So, needless to say, I'm incredibly proud and honored to be working with our students this year. I, as the fellow, am in charge of, making sure that they feel supported throughout the internship. I help and create that structure that they need to successfully execute on our policy recommendations, our, community events that we're going to be planning, as well as on-campus campaigns. I also work to be the bridge between outside organizations as well as CAD. I create those communications, and later down the line we collaborate. And one of them that I would like to highlight is ON, Opioid Education Narcan Distribution Program. They're going to be coming and tabling on our campuses in February, Central East High School as well as Garza High School, for opioid education or opioid awareness week. That is all that I would like to say. I'm going to hand it off to my students. They're going to take it away and tell you more about the internship, the history, and a little bit more about what you can expect from us this year. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, trustees. My name is Harman Taliwal, and I'm currently a junior at Justin Garza High School. So what is CAD? As you know, CAD is a peer-led substance use reduction and education program. It first started in 2020 and focuses on harm reduction by bringing to awareness the effects substances have on one. We work closely with school facilities, our school board, and health departments to promote harm reduction, peer education, and scare share health resources. Over the years, this program has expanded to 6 school districts across 9 campuses in California, making a large impact by implementing small changes, such as having the availability of Narcan in every high school classroom. This program will continue to make positive impacts on our district for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Sanj Garewal, and I'm a freshman at Central East High School. As you may be wondering, what is CAD's motive? CAD, which also sounds like care, focuses mainly around health and youth awareness. CAD's message to our communities is to prevent substance abuse, harm, and mental health struggles. 50 CAD interns are each hand-selected in California by our fellows, which of Escamo. 9 of us this year hold the honor of being a part of the Fresno division. With the support of one another, we are working together to keep our youth wellness safe. We use the help of our fellow interns and the feedback of others to ensure youth health is kept safe. It is more than important to prevent youth from going down the wrong path, which more than 50% of this generation is struggling with substance abuse. We have made it our job to prioritize this task and help anyone however they need it. This marks the 5th year of the CAD internship being offered, which adds to another year of successfully making an impact. As you may already know, our previous CAD interns have accomplished the requirement of Narcan, which is also known as naloxone, being required to be offered in every single classroom in Central Unified School District. Although we are only a high school student-led internship, we are determined to make an impact no matter what. Everyone deserves to have support no matter what of age. Our youth deserves to be respected, especially in times of struggle. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Clara Guba. I'm a senior at Justin Garza High School. In previous years, our team has worked across 6 cities, 6 school districts, and 9 campuses throughout California to strengthen policies around Narcan accessibility and overall student wellness. One of our greatest accomplishments locally has been ensuring that Narcan is available in classrooms across high schools and middle schools. We also made sure that teachers and administrators became Narcan certified, giving them the confidence and skills to save lives when needed. Providing them the training to act quickly in emergencies. This has always been about saving lives, raising awareness with empathy, and preparedness. Beyond this, we focus on breaking the stigma surrounding substance use and harm reduction. You see, it's become almost normal to see a student hit a vape or a pen in class. The teacher doesn't say anything or the students look away. This silence is normalization, and that's the stigma that we are working to break. By hosting town halls and community movie nights, we create spaces where students, parents, and community members can come together and talk openly about this subject and also learn about it. Our advocacy has also driven policy changes, making naloxone more accessible in schools across Central Unified and soon the whole state. This means that when a crisis happens, someone close by will know what to do and will have the resources to save lives. We've also taken initiatives beyond the classroom as well, organizing beach cleanups and needle drives to support harm reduction in our communities. These efforts remind us that wellness isn't just about one policy or one campus. It's about creating a healthier environment, both physically and emotionally, for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Jacqueline Telon, and I'm a senior at Justin Garza High School. As my colleagues have stated, CAD is a peer-led initiative that aims at promoting substance abuse education and helping individuals who are struggling with substance abuse. We hope to continue the work that previous years' CAD interns have done in promoting substance abuse education and in educating peers and our community about substances as well as mental health and wellness. We want to emphasize that people who struggle with substance abuse issues are not bad people. Instead of being punished, they deserve to be helped and supported on their path to recovery. In addition, many students struggle with mental health and do not know what resources are available to them to reach out to receive support. We want to educate them further on what resources are available both at school, on our campuses, as well as off campus to help them with their mental health and wellness. Much like substance abuse, mental health is an issue that is often highly stigmatized in our communities. Through educating and raising awareness about these issues, we hope to break down the stigma to make it easier to approach these issues with kindness and compassion rather than judgment. We also hope to continue collaborations on our campuses with organizations such as the National Alliance on Mental Illness and Friday Night Live to continue spreading awareness throughout our campuses. Through doing so, we hope to make Central Unified a more safe and supporting environment where all students can feel comfortable and able to express who they are and be assisted on a path to recovery and staying away from substances. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Amita Moreno, and I am a senior at Central East High School, and I would love to talk to you today about what CAD has accomplished this year so far. Our most recent event as CAD has been our tabling and advocacy both at Garza and Central East High School for World Mental Health Day on October 10th. As some of you might know, World Mental Health Day has been created to reduce the stigma around it, raise awareness, bring more advocacy, and promote well-being. Apart from CAD focusing in harm reduction in substance use within youth, we also advocate for the mental health of these young students. At the tabling events we hosted at our schools for World Mental Health Day, we had a great turnout with students approaching our table and wanting to learn more regarding mental health. We asked them questions such as, what is mental health? What are some negative impacts? What are some coping methods you might have heard of? We try to ask open-ended questions in order to boost that student engagement and interaction and give room for these students to initiate conversation about these hard and heavy topics. Another thing we also aim to do at these events was inform students about mental health and try to bring them to want to learn more about this topic. In fact, multiple students that came up to us didn't even know that anxiety is classified as a mental health disorder. But walking away from that table, they learned something. In addition to that, we have created PSA videos, which are public service announcements, where we did informational skits and we added informational facts, which we broadcasted throughout our campuses that entire week following up to World Mental Health Day. We did this to really pull students' interest and really encourage them to go out and participate and want to learn more regarding this topic. Thank you for your time.
Hello and good evening, Central Unified Trustees. My name is Anila Lopez, and I'm a junior at Justin Garza High School. 3 weeks ago, schools across America celebrated Red Ribbon Week, a national prevention campaign that promotes a substance-free lifestyle. As a peer-led program, we thought of various ideas on how to educate and advocate for the safety of our students on our very own campuses. At Justin Garza High School, we passed out informational flyers at tabling events throughout the week. These flyers included information about Red Ribbon Week. They included information about addiction, the danger of substances, and how to find help. At Central East High School, we also worked to table throughout the week and spread information. On one of the days of Red Ribbon Week at Justin Garza High School, we made an informational awareness video on fentanyl. Fentanyl is a danger in our society and is taking the lives of many in Fresno County. Due to this fact, at Central East High School, one of my colleagues, Rosalind, administered Narcan on a practice doll and showed students at Central East High School what to do if they are in a situation where naloxone is necessary and they need to save a life. Throughout the whole week, we passed out gifts to spread the message of Red Ribbon Week, and we decorated our campus with posters that advocated for Red Ribbon Week. On the final days of tabling at both schools, we brought students together to make a pledge to stay safe and substance-free. We did this by using posters to either have them use their thumbprint or sign their names to make a pledge. Our goal for Red Ribbon Week was to come together to prevent substance use in our community. We are striving to make an impact on not only our school campuses, but also on society. Thank you for this time.
and good evening, Central Unified Trustees. My name is Vani Kamboj. I'm in 9th grade and I go to Justin Garza High School. I'm here to talk about implementing education about drugs, vapes, and focusing on harm reduction. A lot of kids don't know what vapes are or what harm they do or what they even have in them. I know I didn't know a lot about what vapes were or anything about drugs or the types of drugs that are going around our schools until I joined KED. KED helped me learn about the dangers of drugs and vapes. Going back to that, high schools have very small units of drug education or vape education in our schools. And it's often too late by high school for kids to quit or they get hooked onto drugs, they get hooked onto vapes, and they can't quit it once they are in high school or once in the future when they're adults. And students need more information about mental health. Students need more information about how it will impact them in the future. A child at Central East overdosed on opioids. Although the teacher had no idea what was going on, they were able to call 911 and administer the Narcan in the classroom and save the life of a student. The health and wellness of students is important, and that's why our wellness centers need to be the best they can for students. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rosalind Tompkins, and I am a senior this year at Central East High School, and I am one of this year's KED interns. I would like to highlight a project that we have been working on regarding our campus wellness centers. Last week, we sent out a survey to both school sites asking about substance usage on school campus. We had questions ranging from drug usage on schools, campuses, and also our school's wellness centers. We had a third of students who took the survey had no idea that we even had wellness centers on school campus, and we realized that this was a huge problem because students are missing out on valuable support. We as KED want to bring awareness to our wellness centers and the amazing resources that they offer. We've met with our principals and presented the data and are currently working with our schools to bring more information and programs to our school sites so that students are made aware of the resources that are available. Our goal as KED is to promote our school's wellness centers so every student feels safe and heard on campus. Thank you for your time and listening, and we look forward for your support throughout the year.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Simar Kera, and I am a 12th grader at Central East High School. My colleagues have already done a fantastic job at telling you what it is we do, what we have done, and how we did it. So before I conclude our showcase, all I wanted to do was touch upon a few events that we have coming up. The first event is a picnic in collaboration with Jakarta. And at that picnic, we will be featuring Narcan demonstrations, tables that raise awareness for drug use, and we'll have different sports available for everyone to play. We will also be writing letters to Ms. Harjeet Kaur's family, a lady who was deported without being able to say goodbye to her family and friends or visit her home one last time. We will also be writing letters to our Punjabi elders in nursing homes to let them know that they are seen and that they have family present in us, in our care members and our Fresno community. For events a little further off, we will be having a town hall next semester. And during that town hall, we would like to raise awareness about drugs and substances, and in doing so, hopefully eliminate stigmas regarding drugs and substances. Overall, CAD hopes to reduce harmful effects of drugs while educating people about them using love and compassion. Thank you, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you to all the great student speakers and the CARE program. You guys have done great work this year. President Singh, do we want to shake hands as well before we move on to the rest of public comments?
Probably not during public comments, but
Sorry,
when you
after.
guys do a presentation from us, we'll do something at that time. But thank you all for joining us this evening.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Our next comment is from Ethan English. Is there an English in the audience? Oh, thank you.
They're coming up.
Make sure the button is on, and you'll have 2 minutes whenever you begin.
Good evening, board members, Board President Sing Chan, and Superintendent Marshall. My name is Ethan English, and I'm a student at Central High School. I acknowledged a little while ago I shared an idea about creating a brochure for Central High School to highlight our programs and student achievements. Since then, I've been thinking much more. Building on that, I'd love to share a much broader vision. However, I'll leave you with this thought. Imagine a digital or physical publication where every corner of Central Unified, from the visual and performing arts classes to a short but genuine chief of staff office. A magazine where students aren't just mentioned, they tell the stories they make for us. It's very rare for Central Unified to do something entirely that revolves around students, unlike our neighboring districts. Oh, and when talking, I have to realize that this is a big idea and one that requires students, faculty, and the community with their support. That's why I'm here tonight. I considerably request that the board consider placing a proposal on a future meeting agenda so I can present a full idea, introduce desired layouts, and get a little deeper into my meaning. I ask you to really consider my request, as you can trust that Central Unified's community will feel much more fruitful with stories that are both created and written by my peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre Burrows, can you make sure to have the students' information so that we can follow up with you? Thank you so much for joining us this evening and giving us those suggestions.
Thank you, Ethan. Our last card I have is from Kyla Weir. Or sorry, Kyle, is it?
Kyle.
I apologize.
Okay.
You'll have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, President Sing Chan, Dr. Marshall, and members of the board. I'm Dr. Kyle Weir. I'm a professor at Fresno State of Marriage, Family, Child Counseling. Dr. Marshall invited me to come here tonight to tell you about an opportunity that I'm having conversations with Assistant Superintendent McLennan and with Jeff Garrett. We have a grant from Chevron to provide free career counseling to up to 500 people in the community, anyone in the community. We have been doing this with numerous high schools, for example, Minarets High School, Madera South High School, many other places, nonprofit entities. We would like to have our students, my students, marriage family therapy, they're all getting their masters in counseling, they're all supervised by licensed therapists, come to your schools and provide free career counseling. It's 6 free sessions. Again, it's already paid for by Chevron. And we involves things like assessments of different career interests, involves work values, work contexts. We do resume preparation, interview prep, dress and grooming, and help them develop a solid plan for either educational opportunities moving forward or career options in the present. And so this is open not just to students, it's to anybody in the community. So if parents or if you have adult schools or other opportunities like that, we would love to partner with you to have this chance to provide this experience to as many people in the community as possible. And if for whatever reason we exceed 500, fine, let's do it. We would love to provide as many people as we possibly can this opportunity for career counseling. I'll continue my conversations with Mr. Garrett, and if any of you have any quick questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I don't think we'll be able to ask questions because it's not agendized, but what we
Perfect.
can do is make sure that we're in touch with Mr. Garrett if we have any specific questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, and you have a good evening.
Thank you.
President Singh, I have no other cards this time.
Thank you all that made public comments this evening. We next move on to our consent agenda, and before we do, I just want to highlight we will be adopting a resolution to declare December 8th through 12th, 2025 as Computer Science Education Week, declaring December 2nd, 2025 as National Special Education Day, and declaring December 8th through 12th, 2025 as Inclusive Schools Week. Trustee Chavez?
President Singh, I would like to pull consent item 10 for discussion, please.
And do I have a motion to go ahead with the consent agenda items 1 through 9, not including 10, which would be voted on separately, but 11 through 19?
So moved.
We have a motion by Trustee Kirfan.
Second.
We have a second by Trustee Sidhu. Those we're going to do a roll call vote because we do have one member joining us telephonically. Trustee Kirfan?
I'll wait until the student trustee goes first.
Sorry, my apologies. Yes, Student Trustee Garival?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kirfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. And next we'll discuss item number 10. Trustee Chavez.
Okay, thank you, President Singh. So I just want to make sure my fellow board members are aware. I've had these conversations with President Singh as well as Superintendent Marshall, and I don't want to make adjustments to the language for our sole source procurement resolution. What I would like to discuss, first of all, is just I read it in depth, and if you'll recall, in not this previous meeting, but the meeting before that, I had some questions regarding our threshold and all kinds of things that I had said. And after much discussion with Superintendent Marshall as well as President Singh, I've determined that I'm comfortable with the threshold staying as it is and the language staying as it is in the resolution. But I want to make sure that I actually say on the dais publicly that I want for us as a district to really move towards having proper documentation regarding our usage of sole source, regardless of the size of the contract. So what I mean by that, and just to clarify for the public, when we have external contractors that come to us to provide services to our students, we as a public entity are required to get competitive bids in order for us to be able to sufficiently compare, are we receiving the best services for our students? Is this the most cost-effective option? And so when we sole source, that basically means we've determined whoever's putting forth the contract has said this person is uniquely qualified for this job. And that's why we didn't actually go and pursue competitive bids. So we didn't go find multiple competitive people to examine their services and to compare. And so what I'm proposing, or what I want to suggest, and it's not something that has to come in front of the board every time, it's more of an accounting practice, which I could talk to Dr. Marshall or Mr. Marshall about more in depth off the dais. But really, one of the things that I'm noticing as we're doing more external contracts, one of the things that I get concerned about is when we have various contracts, we have so many different ones that are below the thresholds of the 49,000, and somebody made the determination that we are going to sole source, meaning we didn't get competitive bids, but we as the board members or anybody else who's coming back to look at that contract later doesn't understand the rationale as to why we chose that individual contractor. So we don't have a clear idea as to why was this particular entity the right choice, and do we want to do that again? So in my opinion, we need to have breadcrumbs in order for us to follow, and we can start to establish that best practice for our district for us to have. And it's just an additional step. It can be something very structured and systematic that we can incorporate. It's just a simple form that basically narrates, why is this person uniquely qualified? What are the services they're proposing? And that will accompany the external contract. So it wouldn't be a change to the resolution. It would be more of a training practice that we would have to incorporate throughout our district and start to adopt, I guess, not necessarily through a resolution, but it would just be something more we would do on the back end.
Thank you. And with that, do we have a motion on said item?
I'll move to approve the resolution.
We have a motion by trustee Carrillo. We have a second by trustee Kirk. And Assistant Superintendent Iqbal wanted to make a quick comment.
Just a quick comment. When we have a sole source, we do have a form. They have to fill up the form, and I'm the only one who's going to sign it. So if I don't sign it, it's not going to be a sole source. So I will be very careful. That's how it is. I have to sign it. So that's our kind of the process.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Student trustee Gutterville?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk? Aye. Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Vice President Carrillo?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on this evening to our action items. Our first item, to approve services contract with Capital Advisors Group, LLC for comprehensive staffing study. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Okay, good evening. This is a returning item. The contract has been revised. We are only including the comprehensive staffing study. That's all it has. So staff is asking for board approval.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Chavez?
Yeah, this would be one of the ones that I would like to see the sole source narrative for. Not because I'm questioning, but just for us to get into the practice. So I read the bid, and I can understand, and I've actually had a conversation with Superintendent Marshall about it, but just for us to get into the practice of us doing that. Thank you. If we could add that.
Any other comments or questions?
A motion to approve.
We have a motion by trustee Kirk.
Second.
Second by trustee Kerfan. We'll be doing a roll call vote. Trustee Gutterwell?
Aye.
Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Vice President Carrillo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 2, approve restructuring of Climate, Culture, and Safety Department. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. So attached to this agenda, we have 2 revised policies. So we heard your feedback from our last board meeting. We met as a team and discussed the changes. Changes were made to the manager position over safety and security, as well as changes were made to the director job description to include SST processes. As expressed in the past, we need to pull that out of special education so it's not seen as a ladder to over-identify students. So now that work will be part of this job description, and they would collaborate with the director over educational services in that department, so they ensure that these practices are being carried out at each of our schools. I am happy to answer any questions. That does mean that the CWA supervisor will stay as is.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. So just clarification, we're no longer eliminating a position, we're creating more?
So the manager of safety and security is the growth position.
Can you repeat that, please?
The manager of safety and security, it would be the growth position that we're proposing.
Okay, so we're creating a new position, but we're not eliminating anything.
We're not eliminating.
Okay. And so the current position that's been vacant, how have we been trying to fill that position? Like what methods are we using to recruit?
So we currently, if you're talking about the supervisor CWA, we currently have a list of applicants
Okay.
that are ready to be interviewed.
Okay, that's great. I thought previously we were having trouble filling that role.
No, the supervisor of climate, culture, and safety is the one that we've been struggling with.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by
Second.
trustee Sellers, second by trustee Gutterwell. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Gutterwell?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Abstain.
Thank you. Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you. We move on to item number 3, hold a public hearing and approve contract openers for labor negotiations between Central Unified School District, CUSD, and Central Unified Teachers Association, CUTA, Chapter 961. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Childs.
Yes, thank you. So in compliance with Government Code Section 3547, a public hearing will be held prior to adopting the initial proposal from CUDA, Chapter 961, and CUSD, affording an opportunity for the public to be informed and provide input. Both CUSD and CUDA look forward to successful labor negotiations and working together on ongoing labor matters in an effort to support students in our district. There is no financial impact associated with this item as of now. Administration is recommending the board hold a public hearing and approve contract openers for labor negotiations between Central Unified School District and Central Unified Teachers Associations, Chapter 961.
Thank you. So at this time, we would be opening public hearing. So we will go ahead and open public hearing. Do we have any callers or any commenters at this time?
Board President, there's no callers at this time.
And Clerk Griffon, do you have anyone?
No callers this time.
With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we approve contract openers. Do I have a motion on said item?
So moved.
A motion by Trustee Sellers, a second by Trustee Carrillo. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Garibal?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Griffon?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Move on to item number. Yes.
Can you guys all please make sure you use your mic? I cannot hear you unless you use your mic.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thanks.
We move on to item number 4, approve compensation modification for certificated substitute teachers. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Childs.
Yes, so based on an evaluation of the substitute teacher daily pay rate in Central Unified School District and to ensure classroom coverage, competitive pay, and support recruitment and retention efforts for certificated staff, we are proposing a daily rate change for substitute teachers from $165 per day for days 1 through 19 and $185 a day for days 20 plus to a new rate of $215 a day for days 1 through 19 and $225 per day for days 20 plus. Each year, that daily rate will be reset, where each new school year, they will start back at 1, have to work their way from there. Administration is recommending the board approve compensation modification for certificated substitute teachers.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Griffon?
Thank you, President Singh. I just want to highlight page 18 of our document that lists market comparison data. So some of the nearby school districts that pay their substitute teachers. Fresno Unified pays $205 daily, Madera Unified $220 daily, and Clovis Unified $165 daily. Just highlighting for those who are in the market to become substitute teachers that with this, if this item is approved, Central Unified will be very competitive compared to our neighboring districts. With that, I would motion to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Griffon.
Second.
Second by Trustee Sellers. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Trustee Gariba? Aye. Thank you. Trustee Griffon?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 5, approve bid for roofing repair at Pershing Continuation High School. Director Bott.
Good evening, Board President Singh, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Dave Marshall. This item is returning from the previous board meeting. We did open our bids for the roofing project at Pershing Continuation High School. Nations Roofing was the lowest responsive bidder with a cost of $285,277. The cost of this project will be funded through deferred maintenance. Administration is recommending this board be approved. Also, just to mention, one of the bidders who was lower did send an email to pull their bid. C&I did ask to pull their bid because of a clerical error. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Griffon?
Thank you, President Singh. For Pershing, this roof contract, is that going to be for the entire roof or just a portion?
This one was for the cafeteria portion of the roof.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to point out, if you look at the bid tally sheet, there is an alternate bid number 1 amount. while we were doing this walk, we took the advantage of adding it to our current bid to do the rest of the high school. So we have that ready to go and in the queue for next year's deferred maintenance. So we're one step already ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
I'll motion to approve.
Motion by trustee Kirk.
Second.
Second by trustee Gutterville. Roll call vote. Trustee Gutterville?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Move on to item number 6, approved bid for roofing repair at Central East High School. Director Bott.
Good evening again. This item again returns from the previous board meeting. The bids were open for the repair to the Central East PAC building. Fresno Roofing was the lowest responsive bidder, coming in at $199,975. This will be funded through the deferred maintenance projects. Administration is recommending the board approve the bid to award to Fresno Roofing after answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Carrillo, second by trustee Sellers. Do a roll call vote. Trustee Gutterwell?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 7, approved bid for district-wide trash and recycling services. Director Bott.
Good evening again, board members. This item comes from the previous board meeting. This is for the district's trash, recycling, and organic waste services. Bids were open, and Mid Valley was the lowest responsive bidder. The annual cost for the upcoming contract will be $210,669.12 for trash, $36,384.32 for recycling, and $438.90 for our current organic services. The annual cost for this contract with the prices listed will be locked from January 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. Administration is recommending the board approve this bid after answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. So just as a reminder, how many years is this contract for?
This one will be for 4.5 years. We did the half year to get caught up to the, we had to do this contract originally on our previous bid, and it fell on a calendar year versus a fiscal year, which just kind of threw off our PO services or PO process, that's all.
So if it's a 4-year, then this would end on like a June?
Yes, now it would end June instead of the December 31st.
2029?
I'd have to look at it. It was 4.5 years from 2026, so June 30th. June 30th, 2030.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion on said item?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Kerfan, second by trustee Gutterville. We'll be doing a roll call vote. Trustee Gutterville?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to our last item of our action items this evening. Approve the purchase of 4 vans. Director Bott.
Good evening again, board members. So this item is for the, the board previously had approved to lease 5 10-passenger vans back on March 10th of 2020. Since then, the district has been utilizing those vehicles and has come to a point where more vans are needed. Model 1 has provided a proposal to provide the district 4 additional 10-passenger vans. The purchase would be used or would be made using piggyback 2122 SC11-01-B. The cost of the 4 vehicles is estimated at $302,504.60, which will be funded through the general fund. Administration is recommending the board approve the purchase of these 4 vans after I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. This is the purchase of the 4 vans. Are we still leasing the 10 vans?
So this year is actually our last year on those leases, so we'll be doing the buyout and paying, I believe it's right around $5,000 or $6,000 per those 5 vans to purchase, and then we'll own those 5 also. 4.
For total of 10?
Total of
14.
8.
Don't let me do the math.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, sorry, let me clear up. We leased 5. Yes, we leased 5. We're purchasing 4 additional. We're going to have a total of 9. 4, 5, 9, 10. Sorry about that.
I want our students to see sometimes you still got to use your fingers, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Questions?
Stuck at 6, 7.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Sellers. It'll be a roll call vote. Trustee Gutterville?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Aye.
Trustee Sellers?
Aye.
Trustee Kirk?
Aye.
Trustee Sidhu?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Carrillo?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Director Bott. We move on this evening to our information items. Our first being to receive information. Again, this is information only for our California statewide assessments. Assistant Superintendent McClendon.
So we are going to go through quite a bit of meaty information data. I sent it to you early, but you also have another month to look at it before we talk about what we're going to do about the data. Because this is a very long, meaty presentation, we divided it up that way into 2 so that we give you time to digest. So tonight's presentation is going to be a lot of information in a very short time in the interest of this evening, okay? I'm going to call Mr. Eric Winrick up to go over the data with you. And then you'll be able to ask any questions between now and the December meeting as well, and we can send data to you or follow up. And then at the December meeting, we're going to talk about now what. This is the data, now what?
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, President Chen, Superintendent Marshall, esteemed board members, community members that have gathered here in the room and with us online. As Assistant Superintendent McClendon said, we're going to be brisk tonight, and we are just going to do an overview of the data. Remember that all the data in here reflects the hard efforts of students and staff as we go through it. So with that, we had 2 recent releases of data that came out. One was in October, when we got the general release of our information on the LPAC, and also on our ELA, English Language Arts and Mathematics Achievement. The one that just came out this past Thursday on November 13th reflects the California School Dashboard, and it is a more comprehensive set of measures on school performance. Well, this will be the focus of a good chunk of our presentation tonight. For our academic measures, the first 3 we'll be looking at tonight are reported on the test results for California assessments as well as the California School Dashboards, and you can see those indicators listed here. The first one we'll be talking about is the English Language Progress Indicator, or ELPI for short. As you're aware, English learners take the English Learner Proficiency Assessment, or LPAC, on an annual basis. The summative English Language Proficiency Assessment for California is divided into 4 levels shown here and reported on the test results for California Assessment's website. As the name implied, the LPAC is just for California, and the levels reflect a progression rather than a rating, all 4 levels. Students are expected to be in one of those 4 levels based on their English language development. When we apply those levels to the California School Dashboard's English Learner Progress Indicator, we see LPAC levels 2 and 3 are divided into a low and a high level. Each year, English learners are expected to advance at least 1 step as shown here. In order to advance, each student's status from this year is compared to their status from the prior year, and the percent of students making the expected progress is computed, and you can see that on the left-hand side there, kind of in miniature, about how that process would work. For the 24-25 school year, 53.9% of our English learners met their LP target. This was a 3.6 increase from the prior year. And I'll note in passing that reclassified students do not count in that particular measure. The California School Dashboard assigns each district, school, and subgroup with enough students a performance color based on the 5x5 status and change. From the prior slide, we know that the status for 24-25 was 53.9%. This places Central Unified in the medium row for status. We also know that the change was 3.6 points. This places Central Unified in the increased column. Combining row for our status and column for our change, that intersection where Central Unified's performance is rated. This puts us in the green category, right where we want to be for the California School Dashboard for this indicator. When we repeat this process for each of the schools, the following picture of school performance results. And here you can see each of our schools where they fell with regard to their status and change from the prior year. In thinking about progress on a 5x5 grid, we want more schools to be moving from the upper right corner and fewer schools in the lower left corner. So essentially, we want students to be moving from down here in the red areas to up here in the green and blue areas. So bottom left to upper right. Moving on to English language arts and mathematics results, we get to a metric called the distance from standard. But first, let's look at the breakdown for Smarter Balanced assessments. The Smarter Balanced Consortium tests, commonly referred to as the SBAC test, are administered to students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. As you can see, they're broken down into 4 levels. The top 2 levels are shown as a percent of students meeting or exceeding standards for their grade level. Here we see the trends for California, Fresno County, and Central Unified charted out. The general trend that we see is that student data is going to be up for each of those categories, up in mathematics as well. I'll point out that this graph stops in 2019, and then you see the COVID interruption. Both 2020 and 2021, in those spring of those 2 years, we do not have any state achievement data because of COVID. So this picks up after COVID. Our level here actually in English language arts managed to get back to where we were pre-COVID, and the impact on math was much greater from COVID, and so everybody is struggling, California, Fresno County, and of course Central Unified as part of that larger trend. Here we see just what it looks like across other districts in Fresno County. Again, the general trend being up for English language arts. And in a similar way, the trend shows that we are up for mathematics, and where we were relative to that red line is kind of where the COVID, pre-COVID line would be established. When we do the same thing for our individual school sites for English language arts for elementary schools, reminder, because it's only certain students take this test, for elementary schools, this means it is only for students in grades 3 through 6. Results are arranged from highest to lowest based on their most recent results. And in a similar fashion, we do the same thing for our middle schools, high schools, and alternative schools. I'll note that for our middle schools, they use all of their students in grades 7 and 8. Our high schools only include students in grade 11, only our juniors. And then, of course, our alternative schools for the online homeschool and class, they have students in all the grade levels, so 3 through 8 and 11. And Pershing only, once again, only includes students in grade 11. Much like our ELA performance, this chart reflects the percentage of students who scored at meeting or exceeding standards, the 2 highest levels for the past 3 years in mathematics, and again, range from highest to lowest. For our secondary schools, this is the same thing. We see the trends from middle school, our high school, alternative schools for mathematics from 2023 to 2025, percentage meeting or exceeding standards. That information came from the public release that was in October and is our general one. When we start getting into the school dashboard measure, we start looking at a little bit different metric, and that metric is referred to as distance from standard to distance from meeting the standard. So what it does is it establishes a baseline, and that baseline is right here, depending on, I just use the same graphs, but it's levels 3 and 4 are included above, 1 and 2 are included below. The further away a student gets, it's going to be a negative number in front of it, and the higher a student gets above that line is going to be a positive number in front of it. So they reflect a more refined processing of the data by applying a series of rules to it, so that students have to be continuously enrolled from information day in October all the way through when they take the test. There are grace periods applied, small school adjustments applied, participation rate penalties, which don't impact us that much, but they're also applied as part of the processing. As we saw for the English Learner Progress Indicator, California School Dashboard measures utilize both status and change. So for distance from standard, we don't just consider the percentage who are meeting or exceeding. What we consider each and every student making a contribution to that number. So the important things to know again is the line below is going to be negative. Scores above are expressed with a positive value. Those below are expressed with a negative. Every student scores matters. Once again, all valid student scores are averaged together to determine the hypothetical, right? District, school, subgroup distance from standard is what we call that. So here you see the distance from standard plotted out with 2019 being the year before COVID, right, as a baseline, and then the 4 years after COVID for English language arts on the left, mathematics on the right. And reminder that zero line establishes where we want to be, and anything above that is a very positive result indeed. So we'll see some of those coming up. In fact, right now. This slide shows the distance from standard for English language arts for our elementary schools. And like prior elementary school sites, it is based on students in grades 3 through 6. I'll note that the numbers shown here represent the status for this measure. These numbers have been updated to reflect the data just released. This slide shows the distance from standard for our secondary schools. And notice again, we have a couple of schools that are actually, for that average student, is above the line. Again, grade 7 and 8 for our middle schools, grade 11 for our high schools, and combination thereof for our two alternative schools, Pershing being again just grade 11. Same thing we do for the English learner measure, we also do for the English language arts, math, and the other measures on the California Schools dashboard. They are ranked according to a status and change, and here you see where all the different schools that are ranked in this category have landed for this particular measure for English language arts. So distance from standard. The same measure applies for mathematics. And this slide shows the distance from standard for mathematics for our elementary schools. Like English language arts, the elementary numbers are based on students in grade 3 to 6. And again, this is a measure of the status of where we were, school by school. Same thing for our secondary schools. This is the distance from standard in mathematics, grades 7 and 8 for all the include all those students in middle school, 11 for high. Same kind of thing. I will just point out there is a break in the data there. I did graph all of these with the exact same scale, except I could not fit class and Pershing on this particular measure, so there's a slight break in those data. They are labeled correctly, however. Again, 5 by 5 grid. This is where our schools landed for mathematics in the measure and the metric for distance from standard. All right, moving on. From this point forward, all the measures that we're going to be talking about are the recently released dashboard measures. There's no overlap between the two. We're going to discuss the two engagement metrics, chronic absenteeism and the graduation rate. Then we'll move on to conditions and climate measure for the suspension rate, and finally conclude with the college and career indicator. I will point out that there are other measures that you'll see if you go online to the California Schools dashboard site. We've already covered some of those with you in terms of Williams compliance, the local climate survey through Panorama that I presented a few months back, and parent engagement that we presented at that time as well. So that first measure has this kind of monopoly-looking kind of card that comes directly from the dashboard itself, and it has a little gauge to indicate performance in this particular area. Chronic absenteeism is defined by a student having 10% or more days absent from school during the academic year. for whatever reason, and there's some other criteria applied to it. You'll see our performance here was 20.9%, and it declined by 1.2%. And I will point out at this point that chronic absenteeism, like suspensions, remember, is what I sometimes refer to as a flipped measure. So you see a number going down, that's a good thing. We want chronic absenteeism and suspensions to go down. So a little bit different than we sometimes interpret it. Same thing is applied here again. We look at our status for this year and our change from last year, and all our schools then fall into a particular color zone as well as the district and any subgroups that would be rated. The next measure is a graduation rate. It's a 4 or a 5-year cohort rate, and it's primarily a 4-year cohort rate. The 5-year comes into play for any students from the class of 2024 who would have graduated with the class of 2025. They may have had a few credits to make up or whatever, and so they graduate with that year. They're added in. So graduation rate here is 90.5% graduated, an increase of 1.4% from the prior year, putting us in the green category. And here you see, remember, this one is only for schools that have students that are seniors in grade 12, so a lot fewer schools, and here's where we fall. Most of our schools here are lying in the green and plotted in there. So the suspension rate is an interesting measure because I want to be clear that I put the word rate in quotes to emphasize it's not really a measure of frequency, rather it is a measure of prevalence. In other words, it doesn't reflect how many times an individual student got suspended or how many suspensions there were on an individual campus. What it does reflect is the number of unique students that were suspended, essentially an unduplicated count of students that were suspended for at least one full day. And as you can see, the 2024-25 level was nearly identical to the year before, up only 0.1 points from the year before, to reflect a 3.4% of students received at least one full day suspension, rating us in the yellow category on this particular metric. Here's where our schools fell, and this one does include all our schools. Again, determined by the intersection of status and change for where they are. The threshold levels for different schools are different, and so on this particular consolidated one, I just took off the numbers. So if you don't see the numbers here, just because I consolidated all the different varieties of suspension into one 5x5 grid. The last one, this one, the college and career indicator, is in the green category. Students are rated on a variety of measures as being prepared, almost prepared, or not prepared. It only applies to schools with students in grade 12, and there are a lot of different ways that they can be prepared. Again, we were up 5.9 points from the prior year. That gives us the green, but as the name implies, there are two main categories to it, right? College readiness and career readiness. So for college readiness, here are the ways that a student might demonstrate their preparedness and readiness to pursue higher education. Give you just a second to take that in. In a similar fashion, here are the ways a student might demonstrate their readiness to go straight into a career. Several different categories there as well. Leave that up for just a second. All right, so the result is 485 students were prepared in either the college measure, the career measure, or a combination of the two. That is an unduplicated number out of our graduating class of the 1251 you see there. For the chart on the right, you'll see each one of these lines is a way and the number of students that met that particular way. Going across any one individual line, it is an unduplicated count of students within that particular category and that criteria for meeting the indicator. Going up and down across them, you're going to have a duplicated account because a lot of our students are meeting this measures in multiple areas and in multiple criteria. Putting that together on the 5x5 grid, Again, only schools with students in grade 12. We have most of us landing in the green for our comprehensive high schools, and of course, that's where that puts us for a district, right there in the green indicator for this particular college and career indicator. This is an evolving one, and you'll hear more criteria in the future as they add to it. Anybody seeking more information is welcome to go to any of these sites. 5x5s I've kind of emphasized a lot today, but there's a lot of other information out there and some very technical, nitty-gritty information. So if you're having a really hard time getting to sleep at night, go into the dashboard communication, pull up any one of the technical guides, and just start reading a few pages of that. It should help you pretty easily find your rest.
With all due respect, sir, I feel the opposite. It gives me a heart attack that we're only 40% of our students that are graduating are prepared for college and career. It actually has the opposite effect. There's a lot of work that needs
and
to be done.
just to clarify for President Chan, what I meant was reading the actual nitty-gritty.
No, I understood the joke, but I just wanted to make sure that my concern is centered. I mean, we have a great team, we have a great superintendent, we have a great board, but we have a lot of work that we need to make sure that we're doing.
And with that, you've already segued us right into our questions and comment section. So please proceed.
Yeah, questions or comments from the board on this information item? Trustee Criffon.
Thank you. It's a lot of information. Don't ask pretty quickly. So I guess I'm curious about the ELA distance from the standard change we're seeing at Central High and Justin Garza. Say they were declining significantly. Can you explain why that is? Because that sounds very concerning.
It is a general trend that we've seen across some other high schools. I don't have an explanation for it at this point in time, but we will look deeper into it for you.
Thank you.
It just came out last Thursday, so.
I appreciate that we're going to be doing this in two parts, so I'll probably prepare a lot of questions for the next meeting. Thank you so much for presenting this evening.
Very good. Thank you for your time this evening.
And this is information only, so it will be returning to us in a part two. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent McLennan, for you and your team's work on such efforts.
President Singh?
Yes, Trustee
I
Correa.
apologize. I accidentally left the meeting to unmute. I know this was only for information, and you guys probably discussed this, so I apologize. When are we going to have a discussion about what we're doing given this data? And I, too, am not going to be able to sleep now for some time. So when do we expect to have that conversation?
As far as I understand, Assistant Superintendent McLennan, when will be the second? At our next meeting, we'll have a second set of data, and then we can talk to Dr. Marshall about potentially having a workshop or something to deep dive a little bit more.
Thank you.
Thank you. We turn to item number 2, receive information regarding nomination of trustee for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Superintendent Dr. Marshall.
Okay, what you'll find attached is information about the CSBA Delegate Assembly. And there are, I guess, our current trustee, I guess, there are going to be 3 new delegates for Region 10. The term is going to end in 2026. So everything's attached, and you can look at it, and you have to, it's due like on January of 2026.
Thank you. Trustee Criffon.
Just as a clarification, being a CSBA delegate means that instead of being at the CSBA convention in December for 2 or 3 days, I'm there the whole week, and then there's another convention delegate assembly in the springtime as well. So it's a bit more travel and commitment, but happy to represent Central.
Thank you. We move on to item number 3, receive information on Brain Pop. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Thank you. Brain Pop is one of our supplemental curriculum resources, and it provides a lot of multimedia resources that teachers can integrate into their lessons, including short videos, cartoons, some different action diagrams that they can include to help students understand some of their topics and to provide a little bit more engagement during their lessons. There is also an English learner component to it that we use frequently that has helped with some of the growth that you saw in the English learner performance indicator. And we are looking at, because of the discount price, renewing that for 2 years. It is used across all of our campuses. So the cost is about, it ends up being about $2,500 a year per campus to use it. So it looks quite expensive, but when you look at the 26 schools in a multi-year contract, it's actually very reasonable for a district-wide supplemental resource.
Questions or comments of the board? Trustee Sellers?
Thank you. This is available to all campuses?
It's available to all of our campuses. In fact, you can see in the supplemental materials that they were using it, and with the EL augmentation, the extra lessons and the extra resources available for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Kerfon?
I'll just share a testimonial. As a former Central Unified alumni, I'm mainly familiar with Brain Pop in our science curriculum, and it's definitely one of the more engaging parts of our school lessons. So happy to see it come back.
Trustee Chavez?
As a former teacher in K-12, I actually use Brain Pop all the time. So I loved it, and I couldn't say enough about it. It was always something that I could rely on when I needed to have a graphic or something that was more entertaining. So to me, $2,500 per campus isn't a huge commitment for the amount of use that we're going to get from it for our teachers.
If no one else is going to say anything negative, we'll put it on consent.
I mean, I don't remember the name of the guy, but the orange robot guy was really cool, you know.
Fair enough. We'll have this return under consent. Thank you. Item number 4, receive information regarding annual report for Fresno County and District Summary, Williams legislation. Director English.
Good evening, President Singh Chan, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. This item is for information only. You will have the reports from annual reports from Fresno County and our district, which show full compliance. Schools had sufficient textbooks, facilities were in good repair, and SARCs were accurate. These reports, along with the Williams Visitation Summary, have been provided for your review, and this is an annual reporting that is completed from Fresno County. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board?
President Singh, if I may.
Yeah.
One change this year is that the county was provided to augment and add their own reporting to it. Apparently that was part of a lot that's been going on, but they haven't been actively doing that. And so you'll notice this is the first time the county report is mentioned for this. We always do our quarterly reports.
Correct, yeah. No questions? This is just an information item. We'll review it, Director English, and if there's any questions, you'll get them through Dr. Marshall. Thank you. We move on to information item number 5, receive information regarding education behavior consultants contract for special ed intensive behavior program. Director Henkel.
Good evening again, President Singh, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Tonight I'm bringing the Education Behavior Consultants contract to you for information. EBC provides specialized behavioral support services. They're specialized in creating and supporting trauma-informed practices and behavior analytic interventions. They have experience and expertise in evidence-based practices as well for the classroom. They work with both school-wide system and individualized behavior support plans and have high-quality supervision and classroom support in the form of registered behavior technicians, and they're supervised by doctoral-level board-certified behavior analysts, which are the BCBAs. They have the experience and the expertise that we're looking for in this program that we're creating. Currently, the supports are costing roughly $600,000. This would be a significant decrease and would have the ability to take on more students. At this time, it's for information if you have any questions.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Chavez.
I just wanted to compliment your sole source form.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very thorough, and I appreciate it. Now I understand why we use them.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. If no other question, we'll have this returned under consent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to item number 6, receive information regarding resolution 2526-21 regarding PARS supplementary retirement plan and the approved agreement for administrative services for PARS. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Childs.
Yes, thank you. I will call if our PARS representative, Jeff Herman, are you here? Yeah, if you want to come to the mic. I'm going to ask Mr. Herman just to give a brief overview of what the PARS incentive is, and then we'll close out.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, the PARS Supplementary Retirement Plan is a one-time financial incentive to the employees that are a certain age and service, retirement eligible. And so the proposal is potentially for an 80% of final pay plan. And so the plan is possibly for the board to vote at the next board meeting to approve the plan. So at the next board meeting, it would simply be approving a resolution to adopt the plan and open up an enrollment window that would last for 45 to 60 days. And then at the end of the enrollment period, PARS would conduct a financial analysis and determine the fiscal impact of the plan. And at that point in time, the board can then, in February, vote to approve the plan moving forward or cancel the plan.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? And with that, we'll have this return under action. Thank you. We move on to item number 7, receive information regarding the 2025-2026 first interim report. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Good evening. This is a placeholder for the first interim report that's going to be presented in December 9th board meeting.
Thank you. We'll come back under action. Item number 8, receive information regarding replacement of PA bell system. Director Bott.
Good evening again, board members. This item is for the replacement of Glacier Point, River Bluff, and Central online homeschools PA and bell system that is no longer supported. The sites have a clock speaker combo device that will be replaced in order for a new software that will be able to support the bells and public announcements. The new software is already being used at other sites. Staff is recommending using Global CTI, their CMAS contract number 325101008, and the PEPM, which is the Pennsylvania Education Purchasing Program for microcomputers, contract number 535122-020 to purchase and install the devices. The cost of this replacement will be $218,622.07 paid from the general fund. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the December 9th board agenda for action after answering questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board on this item? Trustee Sellers?
The systems that we're replacing right now, do you know how old they are?
They're right about 12 years. So the devices aren't the actual issue, it's the actual software. They just stopped supporting the software, so it's kind of end of life. The units that are going to go right back in to replace them look very similar to the old ones. They're just newer and work with the new software, which is at a lot of the other schools already.
Okay. Do we have any other campuses that are currently utilizing that same generation?
No, not the same generation, just these 3 that have the old one that we need to swap out the devices.
Okay. Are there any other campuses that we, as I know as you're going through doing the safety walks, identifying that they may be needing service coming up?
We have, I don't want to give you the exact number, I have it on a list, but we have about, I would say, approximately 5 sites that are right in line next that we need to swap out the older systems and switch everything over to this new digital IP PA bell system.
Okay. And then as far as technology, it's continuously changing.
Yeah.
Is this something that we're going to anticipate in another 10, 12 years be replacing these current ones?
Yeah, so again, the hardware was pretty good. It's more the software. Without knowing, as long as they support the software, I would see this going past the 10-year mark. It's really, now we're going into the age of software and how long a particular company might be sticking around. Best we can, what we're going to try to do is just stay ahead of it and not let it get to this point where we are, hey, it's now end of life and we need to get it replaced right away. Okay, thank you, no problem.
No other question, we'll have this return under consent. Thank you. We move on to item number 9, receive information regarding replacing kindergarten playground structure at Madison Elementary. Director Bott.
Good evening again. So this is an information item for the current kindergarten playground structure at Madison Elementary. This has reached the end of its serviceable life and replacement is recommended. The new structure will be similar to the other structures that we have been replacing in the district. The new structure will be designed to promote age-appropriate physical development, social interaction, and imaginative play. Kaya has provided a proposal to remove and replace the existing structure under their CMAS contract number 420780089C. Total cost of this contract would be $314,310.15, funded by the general fund. A couple things just to clarify, we are doing a preschool structure at the same site. The preschool is funded through the preschool grant and is a separate structure than this kindergarten one. This kindergarten structure is toward the front of the school. Also included in this is a shade structure. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the December 9th, 2025 board agenda for action after answering any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board on this structure? None, we'll have it return under consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to item number 10, receive information regarding the 2024-2025 annual and 5-year development impact fee report. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Good evening again. This is a development impact fee report for the last fiscal year, 24-25. This is an annual report that board approves every year. I just want to clarify that the development impact report is a revenue that the school receives when a new house is constructed and sold within our school district. Administration is recommending the item be placed on December 9th board agenda for action.
Questions or comments on said item? If none, we'll have it return under, can we have this return under consent or has to come under action?
It has to be under action.
Okay, we'll have it return under action. Thank you. We move to item number 11, receive information regarding intercom systems at sites. Director Bott.
Good evening, board members, once again. All right, so in order to enhance our school safety, the district has evaluated the entrances to our school sites in order to provide an additional layer of safety. Site staff have requested an intercom system that would allow site visitors to have a direct line to someone in the office and a mechanism to allow staff to to provide that visitor with access. Staff has evaluated systems and is recommending a Barcata intercom system. DGI has provided a proposal under their CMAS contract 325061033 to purchase and install the systems. The total cost of this project would be $410,347.20 to be paid out of the general fund. So this is not the exact same device as previously mentioned on an earlier board item as an intercom system. This is a standalone at the front door that would allow a guest to basically ring like a doorbell in or use a key code or to have actual a physical card that would allow them access into the site, and site staff would be able to also buzz that person in. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the December 9th, 2025 board agenda after I answer any questions the board may have.
Trustee Kirk.
Thank you. This is for all of our school sites?
So this is for our 15 elementaries and 2 alternative education sites. It's technically ends up being 18 because I consider pathway Pershing kind of one area, but there's actually 2 gates that have it, so it's 18.
Thank you. And this is something that would go on that front gate?
Yeah, so some of our sites already have something close. This would be giving us a standard across all of our elementaries. It would be a box that has a camera that would be really close to the front gate. Mount Kearney has one currently that is just a buzzer. Pathway and Pershing currently do have one. Teague Elementary has one currently also. And so does our brand new school, Jocelyn Singh Collar Elementary.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Sellers? Trustee Sellers and then Trustee Correa.
This is a locking mechanism that is essentially restricting anyone from coming on campus.
Right.
Okay. It's only good, though, if the door is actually locked.
Yes, and we're finding that to be pretty much the case for that, and so this is a good step.
Is there any kind of alert that will indicate the person monitoring that the gate is not closed?
Yeah, so it has a kind of like a door ajar alarm. So there's multiple ways that the person has access to this. There's an app on your phone. We can set up a desktop server. So yeah, I mean, once we roll this out, we'll work with the sites. Multiple people will have access and be able to see that part.
Okay. Is there a reason why we're not looking at putting this on all campuses?
So elementaries and the alternative education sites, like I mentioned, they all have one point of access. Our middle schools and secondary sites that we're still evaluating right now, they have multiple points of access. So we're just trying to find the best solution to fit a multiple entrance point site. Putting a buzzer with you might not need a video camera buzzer at every entrance at like a middle school. We're just looking at what else we can do to kind of bring it all together.
At all of our campuses, do we not try to funnel everyone into the office?
We do, but gates do get open for events, and I'm also looking at like the gymnasiums at our secondary sites and after-school projects, and giving this goes into access control and providing key cards to people. Okay. Staff, I should say staff.
Thank you.
Trustee Correa?
Thank you, Trustee Kirk and Trustee Sellers, for your questions. I want to flag for Superintendent Marshall that this probably means we need to revise our board policy or the appropriate administrative regulation to ensure that the gates are being kept locked and compliance with the use of these devices.
I'll make a note.
Thanks.
Trustee Kirfan?
Thank you. Director Both, is Verkada a returning vendor for us, or are they a new vendor?
They're recurring. They've done some work in the district. Our current guest system is also through Verkada.
Our current guest system is through Verkada?
I want to say it's called like guest check-in, but it replaced the Raptor system.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If no questions, we'll have this return under consent then. Next, we turn to our advanced planning. Anything we should be looking out for?
I echo the commentary from the Vice President. We do need to get together to talk about, I guess, once we look at all the data in terms of like what's the next step. Again, we'll put out some information, and I think we also need to talk about special education. That's a high pressing topic. And moving forward to, I know we're going to CSBA. We're putting together a schedule for the board.
Additional information and closing comments? So with that, I will then follow up with Dr. Marshall to make sure that we have a report at a future board meeting with regards to our valid Victorian, making sure that there's full clarity on that. And then even though we will be having another report out with regards to our data, we'll be having a workshop specifically on the data that we had, as well as the special education. So make sure that we will have that, get that calendarized before the end of the year and hopefully in the next few weeks. A reminder, our next regular board meeting will be held here Tuesday, December 9th. 2025 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, 7 p.m. for public session at the Central Unified School District Office, room 13. And with that, we thank you all as we head back to closed session. Thank you.